Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well and happy and well rested and ready for another day. Today is the first day of baby Evelyn's murder trial, and we're going to get ready and go live. They are getting ready to do their opening statements, and I am so blessed that you guys decided to hop in with me. I know you could go anywhere, but you chose to be with me, and it is greatly appreciated and does not go unnoticed. All right, you guys, here we go. We're going to go ahead and go straight into this.
Or laptops. I'd ask the court to re-instruct the media that again today, because I think there's probably more here than Pat.
There's a big camera back there. Don't zoom in on whatever's on their laptops.
Oh, like they don't know better than to do that.
For the state as well.
Just kidding, they will.
Judge, one other thing we could take up in regards to the indictment. The state is going to move to dismiss count 18.
Gotta make sure we got the right one.
Hey, June. We got 2 Junes. Welcome. It's a June day in chat. Dr. Hey, how are you? Well, if you go, I'll give you my burner phone number, and you can always call in and let me know what you think and give me your personal insights. I would have no problem with that.
Count 18.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll have to redact that. Count 18 will be dismissed.
And Judge, we would ask the defense not to try to elicit any testimony in regards to that without putting on proof for evidence as well in regards to that count.
That's why it's dismissed.
Yeah. Well, any statements that might be made in that regard would, of course, be our position would be hearsay without Ms. Boswell testifying. So.
Mr. Scott, before you do elicit any statements that relates to count 18, let's have a jury out, or at least a bench conference before we do that. Now, with regard to count 19, there's a note on here from the clerk's office. Is that code section correct? Let's say, should it be 312 instead of 314?
Judge, it should be 312, and we would move to amend that.
Any objection, Mr. Scott?
No.
I guess I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna give this to you. So I'll use it. At some point, I'll have to rule on it. Anything else we can think of?
new trial that's getting ready to open up. It's the baby Evelyn trial. Megan Boswell is going to be tried for unaliving her daughter.
9 o'clock. We'll start about at 9 o'clock. The jurors are all here. Maybe just, they get here at 9, they'll need to order lunch.
They are all here.
They're all here?
Yes, sir. They're filling out their paperwork now.
We'll start at 9 o'clock.
Hmm. Please forgive me for being quiet. I'm trying to get everything arranged on my monitors because I got 2 trials at one time that are up. So I have the verdict watch over there. I'm going to leave the sound on both of them up live. Hello, Jesse. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I need to get me some coffee and wake up a little bit, but I'm here. I don't have a cup for coffee. Let me see if I can commandeer a cup.
Yes, sir. I'll sit.
That work? Coffee is flowing. I'm waking up. How are y'all doing this morning? Good. Thank you so much for joining us. For those of you who are on verdict watch over here at the Griffin trial, thank you so much for joining. But I also have another trial going right now. It is the baby Evelyn trial that just started. And today, waiting for opening statements. And then we're going to have the cemetery trial hop on in a couple of hours. So, y'all, we got a busy day in court. Oh, we got something to show you. Yes, it is going to be another YouTuber's channel. It's the only way I know how to get it. But he doesn't mind if we share it. So I'm going to share it. I just got to get to it. Excuse my yawn. Something happened last night and it was insane. So I'm going to show you that while we're waiting for this to start. So don't panic. We're all good. Good. It worked. Okay. This is Recovery Addicts channel. Something unusual happened with a verdict that I have never seen, and I don't think he has ever seen before. A lot of us have never seen before. So this is freaking amazing, but crazy at the same time. Watch and see if you catch what's happening. Let me get it going.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I don't mean to talk over you, Mr. Recovery Addict, but I will be.
That said, that was pretty clear in the jury.
Okay. Sorry.
You could say there, you could be seated. And I'm informed you've reached a verdict.
We have.
And then do you have the
Let
verdict?
me press at this, let you know what's going on. The person on trial is very minor misdemeanor. He refused to get off of a public bus when asked to because the driver of the bus and him got into a little bit of an argument, little bit of a tiff. So what happens? The guy gets arrested. So this is, like I said, a very minor misdemeanor, a sleeper kind of case. There's just probably a fine involved, no jail. But this turned into something huge. Watch.
Verdict form, presiding juror.
It's right next to you.
Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't realize here. You can be seated. You can be seated.
Nearly spilt my coffee all over me.
Some
In
of
the
you,
case of City of Tumwater versus Kenneth Little, the jury verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Kenneth Ray Little not guilty of the crime of unlawful transit conduct as charged in count one.
Not guilty. Everybody
So
was
all members of
shocked
the
with
jury,
the
I'm gonna
not
start with you,
guilty.
ma'am,
But
and I'm gonna ask you two questions.
watch what's
My
happening.
first question, is this your verdict? And then is this the verdict of the jury? So ma'am, is this your verdict?
Is this my verdict?
Yes.
My
Does it
verdict.
have to be unanimous?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
That said that was pretty clear in the jury instructions. Are you
When
telling?
I
Snap.
talked to the clerk, she said that if it's like 4-2, because it's leaning more towards not guilty, that we would whatever.
It's not a unanimous verdict.
what?
I know, we were all like, what? Really?
Never before.
Never.
The judge does not know what to do. He's speechless
Nope.
right here.
He is speechless right here. It's like, oh,
So,
snap.
This is the jury
I'm gonna
four-person.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yeah. I didn't play the
Sorry?
music
I did read
because
that in the instructions that it had to be unanimous.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And
I
so,
understand that.
well, the last paragraph of the final instruction says, because this is a criminal case, each of you must agree to return a verdict. When all of you have so agreed, fill in the verdict form to express your decision. Presiding juror must find the verdict form and notify the clerk, and the clerk will bring you into court. And then you are the presiding juror.
That's correct.
And then, so when the verdict is reached based on that instruction, I don't know what was said to you or what was understood or maybe misunderstood. But the question is was this a unanimous verdict? The answer to that's no, then,
We will probably be together.
okay, so ma'am, I'm talking to you, ma'am, so I need you to
Yes,
talk to
yes,
me.
sir.
So is this your verdict? The verdict of not guilty?
No. It's four.
I
mean,
four to
everybody
two.
is-
No.
everybody
Four not
is-
guilty, two guilty.
it's
Four
gotta
not
be
guilty,
unanimous.
two
It has to
No,
guilty.
I understand that. So that's why I said we need to go back in and talk about it in order to be able to come back with unanimous verdict.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
they did a straw poll and just returned the
We need
results.
to discuss
Okay, I
it.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
The judge is like, we're not supposed to know that. What
Yeah,
the
I'm
hell
gonna-
are you doing?
You can
Oh
go back
my
into
ever-loving
there
Lord,
and,
we're gonna have to retry
don't
this case.
deliberate. I'm going to discuss things out here for just a moment. You can go back into the
Maybe
courtroom
just elect a new
And-
four-person is all.
and stay there for a
I'm
moment.
like, oh my gosh, y'all.
Oh no. So the jury leaves that we don't have a verdict yet. The jury returned a verdict of not guilty, but it wasn't unanimous. It was 4-2.
So this is a new one.
You think?
So I'm not too sure where we go from here. Sorry, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So I guess I'll get input from both attorneys. They can send back, they haven't reached a verdict, and I don't know what the
Oh, my
count is.
ever-loving
Yes, you do.
Lord.
And if they haven't decided, they can just keep deliberating and go from there.
Well, I believe the juror indicated the count was like 4-2.
4-2,
So-
not guilty.
Yep.
Which is a hung jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Houston, we have a problem.
Well,
Which I suspect one of the following questions might be based off their prior questions. What do we do if we can't reach a unanimous
What
verdict?
you do with the Klondike bar?
So if the court is asking my suggestion, I would ask the court to give the jury a little more time to see if they can come to a unanimous decision in hopes that we can finalize this case today.
of course she wants that because 4 of them say not
Well,
guilty and
now-
2 say guilty.
6 o'clock, essentially, 5:58. I'm going to bring them out. I'm going to have them continue deliberating, and we're going to go for about 15 minutes, and then I'll let them talk about it. We'll come back in here after 15 minutes, and then if they, I'll ask them if there's a probability they can reach a verdict, and if, or just, yeah, we'll do that. Go ahead and bring
I
it
would ask the
back.
court not inform them how much time you intend to send them back for.
What's that? I'm not going to inform them. I'm telling you.
Thank you,
I'm not
Your
gonna
Honor.
tell
I
them.
just want to
Yep. No.
make that clear. Thank you.
And then if they, and then, yeah.
Okay, does anyone else see the bigger problem here? The elephant in the room that was
Huge
brought up and clearly
problem.
mentioned, but the judge seems to.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Here's the huge problem, you guys. Huge problem. If the clerk is in fact, speaking like that, telling people that information, we may have a hung jury. I mean, we may have a problem where they're going to have to go back. They're going to have to talk to all of the other jurors and find out if that clerk has told them the same thing. Because all the cases that's been tried prior, what if they were hung? What if they had, we got movement in the other courtroom. What if they were hung? What if they were 9-3 or whatever, and they came back with the verdict? So this really causes a problem with the clerk and the integrity of the entire court. Not just this trial, but all the trials that she's worked on. This is huge, y'all. Huge. I don't think some people understand how huge this is. This is like massive. It's a shite show is what it is. So let me go back over here. I'm going to get everything. I'm going to go ahead and take him off. Show this one instead. Take him down. Okay, we are still waiting for the opening. This is a very small courtroom. It has the 12 jurors over here. The galley is behind the bar, behind these boxes. It is a tiny courtroom. So, yeah. I have a split screen, so I'm watching both. However, the chat is on the Florida versus Griffin only. I don't know why that is. It's probably on your side because I'm showing my chat is up and running. I'm showing it is up and running. Okay. That is a conundrum. That started streaming. He was streaming that live like at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, something like that. I didn't hop on for that. It was just too short, but a lot of people were going off on that last night. Whew, excuse me. Okay, good. That's not the jury, but I was like, if that's the jury, we got a problem. The camera is on the jury box. And the lawyers are noticing it. Let's see how long it takes for them to move that camera. It has gone noticed. Okay, so anyway, I have done something. I've connected my Apple TV to my switcher. I just got to figure out how to do all that. I don't think you guys will have volume. Dude, you got to get the camera off the jury. There we go. He's making me nervous. Everybody, thank you so much for liking. People in the lobby having issues. Y'all take the poll on the other live for me, please. Don't forget to like it as well. It's a lot of file boxes. I'm glad I'm not that woman. So glad I'm not that woman. Get the camera off of the door, dude. Get it off of the door, dude. You're going to get the jury moving around in the back. I find it interesting. A lot of people put their hands in that vest when they walk around. I do it. It's a good place to rest your hands. I can't. I thought maybe I could cut it, but I can't. I don't like that door being shown. It making me uncomfortable. I can put my thing like this. Bring it down a little.
Has the jury ordered?
They are the heaviest. I've got their words. I haven't.
He's telling them the camera is getting the door. He's telling them to pan it over. I'm looking at you. I'm watching you,
All
do.
through the break, these
There we
last
go.
4 chairs of the jury box have been visible on the live stream. I don't think he's listening to me.
Yeah, I got you, Judge.
We
Can't
done.
stress enough How that if somebody tells me that a juror gets photographed on a live stream,
We're
how
done.
bad that day is going to go for everybody.
Woo!
Also, during breaks, I want you to turn the sound off. All right, I think the jury is all here. They've ordered
Woo!
their-
Yes,
Can y'all hear me
sir.
through the microphone? The jury has ordered their lunch, and state, you ready to begin?
We are, Your Honor.
The bench ready to begin?
We are, Judge.
All right, I'm gonna bring them in, I'll swear them, then I'll have to read the preliminary comments that's required. General, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the indictment. I gave you a copy of the redacted page.
Yes.
I'll put that in there.
Order me some lunch, Judge. What we having?
Please.
What's the choices? Let's see. Is it chicken fried steak?
If they're ready.
Is it a ham and cheese sandwich? What is it?
They bring the jury.
For one stand, please.
Oh, that TV has another court feed. Look at the TV on the wall that has a side feed.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Miss that voice. He's such a good guy.
You guys
Yeah.
be seated. The jury
Chicken
remains
fried
anxious.
steak and gravy. You say country fried? We say chicken fried steak. I don't know why it's a chicken fried steak.
Gary, I want to use that.
Country
chair back
fried.
there for the jurors, and you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. It can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture. Julie, just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and true verdict render thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God?
He's got an orange cover on his Apple computer. I know somebody else loves orange.
Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how.
See,
you
they
want to
have a
go about
court
each of
feed
the
too,
proceedings.
but it's from
Now I
behind the
simply want to
jurors.
explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been
Cameraman,
charged by the state of
don't get us in
Tennessee
trouble.
violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is
I want
a
you in
formal
contempt of
accusation
court.
charging a defendant with a crime and it's not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, a attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial
Gail,
will be the
thank
attorney's
you
opening
so
statements.
much for
The state will
becoming a
tell you about the evidence
member.
it
Oh,
intends to
thank you so
present
much,
that you will
honey
have an
boo.
idea of what the state's
Appreciate
case
it.
is about. This opening statement is not evidence.
That
Its only
excites
purpose
me.
is to help you
What a
understand
good
the evidence will
day
be
for
and what the
singing
state
a
will
song, and
prove.
it's a good
After the
day
state's opening
for
statement,
moving
an
along. It's
attorney for
a
the
good
defendant may make an opening
day.
statement if he
How
should so
could
choose.
anything go
Again,
wrong?
statements of
A day
attorneys are
from
not
morning to
evidence. Next
night.
will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence.
Love
The evidence in the case will
you.
most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence.
Love.
Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence.
Melody Little
Closing
would say,
arguments,
love
attorneys will
with
attempt to
all my
summarize their
heart.
cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented.
I would love to have her
After
on
you
my
hear
show. I
instructions, the
tried
parties' closing
reaching
arguments,
out
I
to
will
her,
select
never got a hold of
excuse
her.
the alternate jurors, and the
A little
final 12
frustrating.
jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instruction. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered. by
Oh,
the
would love to
investigation
talk
of
Karen
all
Reed.
proofs of the
Hey,
case,
if you
and the
know, if you
inability
want to
to
bridge
act
that gap, I
investigation,
would gladly
but the mind
appreciate
rests
it,
easy
Kale.
as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required.
Thank you
as to every
kindly,
element
Kale.
of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim. It is not speculation or suspicion. It is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person
Yes,
impress you
we
as honest?
do.
Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial
You lucky
evidence is proof
dog.
of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will
I'll be
receive all
honest
the
with you,
evidence
Boo.
may properly consider
I'm
and
happy
decide
for
the
you, but I
case.
don't like
Because
rappers.
of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own. and
That's
gather
not
any
my-
information
not
on
my
your own that you
thing.
think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned.
Oh,
in the case,
God,
try to learn
please.
about the case
Put me in
outside
a
this courtroom
suitcase.
in any other manner.
That makes my skin
I do
crawl.
not know.
Dude.
Well, I do know.
I had a suitcase
There will be media.
in my kitchen from a trip I took just before her trial. That was the exact same measurements of what he died in. It creeped me out, man.
Court ordered that the meeting
Or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling.
Took a lot
on
of
the objection.
willpower to move that
My
thing.
rulings only
I
relate
ended
to
up having
legal
my daughter
questions
put it
that I
in
must
the
determine
put it
should
away
not
for me.
influence your thinking. If I sustain an
It was
objection
a
to
hard
question,
case,
the
but it
witness
was
will
still
not
the
be
same
permitted to answer
size.
the
But
question.
I'm
Do
fine
not
now.
attempt
But
to guess
boy,
what
that
the
was
answer
tough.
might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law which should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing and you will set the punishment. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human in being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impounded and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018.
Not
A
a that
child
penalty is
8
not in
years
the
of age or less,
table for the case in
so as to
Tennessee.
adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony.
It
and
looked
against
just like
peace
the
and
other one,
dignity of the state
definitely.
of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material
We have
fact about
some
an offense or
movement
incident
in
within the officer's
the
concern.
Colin
To
Griffin
wit,
trial for
the
those of you.
disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated, section 39-16, section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur, concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge of use of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-502, 2022-312, a Class E felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead to each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
No, thanks, sir. General, we have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today, we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes.
I'm still
In
here, y'all.
2019, Evelyn
here.
Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana, pulling him out of his duty. I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one saw, no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash. Hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further.
Very much cold.
This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is
Having
she
the time
mourning
of
her
her life.
child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself, not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee.
I know where
You are going to
Bluntville
hear
is.
testimony that
Bluntville.
Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did.
Wow.
Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go to the office.
Don't stand, please, so I'll have to.
What happened? That was not a camera deal. Something got the judge's attention. We'll see.
Have you seen it? Thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Oh,
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury. That's disruptive to the lawyers.
oh my gosh.
Disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court and taken to a jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
need-
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to go back, which is going to mean it's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started.
Oh, snap.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
I would be out of there if I was that young girl. I wouldn't even be panning the jury box, dude. I'd leave that camera. Oh, y'all. He's the media pull. Oh, he ain't playing. Oh, I'd say I'd go back to my bosses and I go, guys, I can't do this. I'm not gonna go to jail for this. I thought the flash was off. It went off. I'm sorry, but I am not gonna go to jail for this. Oh my gosh, how much y'all wanna bet? How much do y'all wanna bet? How much you wanna bet that somebody this is not even the first full what? We're in the first full hour of this. OMG. Okay, I'm on live, both lives. What happened was in the Megan Boswell, baby Evelyn murder trial, a flash went off in court, distracted the jury, distracted the defense attorney who was just barely starting his opening statement. And the judge excused the jury and leashed on that poor girl and said, if another flash goes off, it will be contempt of court and 10 days in jail. Oh, see ya. Oh, I would be like, disconnect that dang thing. And I would put black tape over the flash. I've been in situations as a professional way back in my early years. I was a professional photographer before I got married. And there were places that I absolutely could not have flash. And there is one hair. There's always one hair that's bothering me. So I literally would take electrician tape. I'm just going to see if I can brush this to the side one way or the other. There. I would take electrician's tape and I literally would tape over the flash. So Mija, I know you ain't listening to me. I'm a nobody. But I'm telling you what to do here, honey boo. You don't want that accident happening again. And then what you need to do is get some tape and tape over that dang flash. Use a white regular masking tape. The yellow manila yellow tape, masking tape. Put it on first and then put some duct tape over that and keep that flash thing down. Ooh-wee. That judge was pissed. He ain't playing, y'all. And I can understand it. It is a distraction, and he may not like cameras in court. Is that the young girl? I don't know. All I know is that guy did not like that one bit. Okay, for those of you who are in both trials, Griffith is at 6 hours and 29 minutes. Yes, Angela, but Angela, there's times that when is that happening? There's so many things to follow. I don't know. I've been watching the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni legal battle thing going on. I really struggle with this. This is drama between two actors, and I saw the show. I watched the show after seeing this hit the news. And, for her to be able to sit there and say, someone can't look me in the eye, I think that's bull crap. When a main actor who's supposedly this well-known movie star, whatever, has in the contract that those who are servicing her, i.e. makeup and hair and nails, can't look them in the eye, or they can't do this, or they can't do that. They must bow in their presence. They must walk away when they enter the bathroom. All these stupid rules. You're not freaking God. If she's nursing a baby in public and somebody looks at her or glances in her direction and she's suing him over it, boo, don't nurse in public. I understand if there's a baby involved. I don't know the details of the case. I'm just giving examples and what ifs. But I think that if he was inappropriate, he needed to be controlled. If it was to the point that a court needs to get involved, so be it. but, I don't understand the depths of it. I've not watched it. Blake, what do you mean is in deep water with same with Ryan? Yeah, I don't mind. I nursed in public, but I covered up. I didn't just whip it out, and I was a little bit more discreet. But if I'm in and if I'm an actress and I'm in my trailer and somebody walks in and I'm full blown nursing, that's on you, boo. But I don't know. To me, I really struggle following those cases. It's a bunch of grown people acting a fool. It really is. And if there was something inappropriate that he shouldn't have done, then he should be held accountable, and so should she. But to talk about intimate scene coordinators and choreographers and all of that kind of stuff, if it was that bad, she had a way to get out of it. If it was that bad, she coulda left, or he could have been kicked out. I understand the money involved is bazillion, but still. I hear pieces here and there. I need to get a hold of Ian Runkle. I need to get a hold of Runkle. I got the Reba McEntire lips going this morning. Thin upper lip, big bottom lip. So for me, I'm just kinda like, yeah, no. I just I'm done with that. What if the decision from the Supreme Justice Court does not become on April 1st and they continue forward? They go to court. Now, if, say, for example, they're in the middle of trial and the Supreme Justice court comes down with a verdict that's on her side, then they stop trial. Oh, no, he's been ill. Yeah, I know they've all been ill. That reminds me. Shoot, I gotta get some homework done. I forgot to post. I gotta get a post done, so sometime today I'll be doing that. But understand that, I don't know, all these movie star lawsuits and stuff, I just kinda have a hard time. It's just the demands and the BS of it all just drive me crazy, in all honesty. She didn't even if she didn't sign the contract, then it's not a binding contract. And that very well may be. He may not have done anything wrong. She may be just arranging another, um, um, Amber Heard. I don't know. But if she didn't sign the contract, it's not binding, period, end of discussion. Nice try, Mama Boo. Nice try, Mama Boo. It ain't happening. I just really struggle with the BS of all of that stuff, and I don't like to sit there and be caught up in the middle of it. I'll be blatantly honest with you on that. And I know some people think are very into that stuff, and that's fine. That's an Emily D. Baker kind of thing. Not mine. Not my thing, y'all. Not my thing. I'm pulling up my homework to make sure I'm not too late. Don't be panning the courtroom. Dude, you are risking too much by your pannings. You are doing too much. I am studying history starting about the 15th, 16th century to the 18th century. And it's a history class that I have to take. I'm enjoying it. No, I will not be covering it. That's possible. That's very possible. I just really struggle with, someone said that, in the other live, somebody said, that she didn't even sign the contract, meaning she could have left and didn't. Yes. They wanted to destroy Justin and take over the movie rights for the second time or for the second movie. It's oversaturated anyway. No need to cover. And that's the other thing. It's overly saturated. I can't add anything to it. Yester, we had what careers can we have? And more than a few careers piqued my interest. One of one of whom is getting a PhD. Angela stated, "Yeah, I'm thinking about master's, PhD, or a law degree. I don't know which yet, but I'm working on it. Not too sure which I'm gonna do, but I gotta get this assignment done. As soon as court comes back, I'm gonna hop on it." Had to put something down before I forgot what I was gonna say. Um, you'd love to see me in action in what way? Cal, no, sir, you cannot repeat what you just said for the jury. Yes, he can. Um, he was so in the beginning of his, he should be able to just start all over. A lawyer, my problem is I get a full degree. I can get a law degree without tuition. My concern is that I don't know if I'm gonna be 54 when I graduate. I don't know at 56, 57, 58 years of age, when however long it takes to get a law degree, that I'm gonna have the energy and the wherewithal to go through that school. I hear it's brutal and it scares the hell out of me. All right, we're back in the baby Evelyn trial. Court is back in session. That camera person is panning. Do not get the jury or you will end up with your butt in jail.
All right.
He's zooming in on that judge. Okay, if y'all over here at the Colin Griffin trial want to hop on over to the other side, fine, or you can sit here and listen to music. It is 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 55 seconds into deliberation.
Whoever's muted
Hale,
is
you
up.
failed ethics 3 times? Girl, if it's that hard, I don't want to do it. My brain isn't like what it was or a 20-year-old.
I'll be in charge of the meeting. So.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the parade. I just want you to know that it wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Now, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
So, don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. that was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday, I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, You heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was, and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we persist in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. Now get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talked about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. That he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on Smash Gill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. Cadaver dog didn't get it. Seems strange that the TV guy searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere wrong over, as they believe. It's negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it was disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's murdered. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child that's good health or sudden if death syndrome. Had that have been included, she would have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that. I did that. It's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that. doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old.
Then who did?
That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I probably cross-examined you, a lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Scott. January 21st week.
Stay with call agent Brian Fraley.
Somebody asked, they wondered if it was going to be an appellate issue because he had to stop and restart. No.
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please. State your name.
Brian Frank.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I believe.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
All right. And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that a
Yes,
fair
sir.
statement?
That's correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
As to the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th,
We are
which
now
this is fast
at
forwarding
7
17 days
hours,
since I was
5 minutes
brought in with other investigators,
in
18
jury
days
verdict
since
watch.
the initial report on February 18th. We'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Y'all, I have been watching the Kashani National Forest E3 nest cam of the bald eagles. I don't know if y'all have ever been watching that. But look. The babies are crying. The mama's trying to feed them. Isn't that sweet? I love that. I put it on sometimes at home just to have something on.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct
Yeah,
a
let me
search
get it.
there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand
Somebody
you
asked
a
what the
document,
link
ask you
was
if you
for
can
that.
identify what's shown.
I have a link that I watch. It's the Bald Eagle. This is a Bald Eagle link that I like to watch. Oh, wrong one. Wrong live.
Property there at Mr.
Sorry about that.
Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit.
There, I finally got it right. Now I got to get this one over here. Sorry, guys.
Publish that.
Ah,
Sure.
I got 2 lives going and I'm having a hard time getting the correct tab on them. Okay, so that's that. Now, hold on. Dag nabbit. Why are you not staying the same? It not staying the same. I'll get it, y'all. No, yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, got it. Okay. It did it again.
And Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can.
It's not working. This is pissing me off. This is royally pissing me off.
If I could hand him a laser pointer.
He needs to, that's fine, as long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
Are you kidding me? It did it again. Oh, dude.
I can see that.
Shooting
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks.
No.
That was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on, right?
Got it back. We are now at 7 hours and 20 minutes. 12 minutes, excuse me. This is not working well. I'm having a problem with it staying. It's not picking the right one. I'll just set it and leave it. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got him. I really struggle with, when you got multiple streams, it's crazy. So we got it fixed. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, the little baby eagle. So it looks like only one eagle survived. Oh, no, there's 2. Another one. By the way, just so you know, we have, volcanic eruption going on in the Big Island of Hawaii at Kilauea. Um, just FYI. Hello, Haley Mouse. Good morning. Oh, sunny day. Good morning, She Whiff. Good morning, Jess. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kale. Good morning, Yana and Dilla. Oh, we got the wrong thing. Sorry. Wrong lives, wrong ones. We'll get it right.
Just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
Dag nabbit. Yep, got it. My bad.
All right.
I got you. My bad.
Did you participate in, or
I got
guess,
two
what did
live
you all
feeds
do
up
with
at
the
once and
items
it
that
gets a
were,
little picky.
that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as
I'll back
what
that
they
up just a
were
hair.
processed.
All right. Did you participate in that?
There we go. We didn't miss anything.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
And next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation, or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse. And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fairley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
Okay. When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can?
Good morning, good afternoon, love.
Prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. And Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection. There'll be full exhibits on them. He went so fast, I didn't write it all down. Start for 10. I don't know where.
10 through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed as described would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
All right. And the door as we're looking at it. That door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
Another-
exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is exhibit 18. for
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fraley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body.
I won't show that, y'all. You can see something there if you know what you're looking at. Sorry, I won't show it.
It's so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing. Once the trash bag has been removed, it's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag. Eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso. And her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
Oh, Judge.
Yes, I know, Christy. I was talking on the other live. I have 2 lives going.
This is first
So
one, 20.
I would just letting them know we're still waiting. We're at 7 hours, 47 minutes and 58 seconds. And that, so I'm waiting.
Are there going to be more series from?
Yes.
I don't know why they have that big
Yes.
gray on him. Maybe, the pictures, that's why. That gray bar is to protect from the photos being seen as he's flipping them because they're pretty graphic. Thank you, Court TV. I appreciate that a lot. I really do. That's cool. Oh. I may bring a different chair in here. I love this chair, but I may bring a different chair in here. It's got a high back, so that's why I don't like it. Y'all can see it.
38.
I could go to sleep, y'all.
And Judge, I would ask at this time to publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20.
Item time.
Agent Friendly, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we remove the trash can from inside the playhouse.
Oh, no, you don't.
Like I
No,
said,
you
this is
don't.
my arm.
No, you don't. Hold
And
on.
it's the first stage of.
Nope. You shouldn't be getting that on screen, dude. I won't show it. And look what
Trash
Court
can
TV did. Thank you,
that
Court
contain the
TV.
same items. That's my hand there. And the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Haley Mouse, when I have to cut the
Now, exhibit
feed, the
22.
video audio goes.
Again, my hand
Nothing
and
I can
arm
do about
here
that.
with the contents of what was inside the
can't fix
trash
that.
can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so that the jury is orientated as far as the photograph is concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
I'm so glad they're not showing it.
Now looking at exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop's making it a little better. I don't know if it's plugged in.
It's not. Just use the Elmo, Judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's just showing the picture. You should see what I'm seeing on the table. That monitoring account.
I'm just gonna use the Elmo, Judge.
See, yeah, push it on the.
Oh, my feet are enjoying the heated pad. You haven't missed much. They're just showing. You haven't really missed much, honey boo. Opening statements, and they just been talking about
is
how the baby
25,
was found,
Judge.
and now they're showing the pictures
Okay.
of the
I
trash
believe
can and the baby.
got
And so,
disconnected, Agent Fraley. You were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is. Is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Put your back to, Elmo, very top of the dog.
Showing you Exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into. And like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids. And then on the right-hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there, down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at Exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now, Exhibit 31.
That's the first, again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around her
sir.
head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because of the way it's spaced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie. And the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle,
I'm listening, you
are we looking
guys.
at the
My
blanket
eyes
there
or mouth are
pulled
real
up
dry.
around
I'm
the
just
head?
pressing.
Yes, sir. It's covering
I'm
like it
listening.
had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you exhibit 36.
Again,
I
that's
think is she
the next
crying?
picture of the removal from the
We're at 8 hours and 5 minutes. Verdict watch.
of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there.
Oh,
And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking,
That's the next layer as we found it.
okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And
we are now 8 hours, 7 minutes into this jury deliberation.
now I'm
Thank
gonna
y'all
show
for
you,
hanging with me.
Exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's
photograph.
black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face? As we're
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
and did the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction, the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
You're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos?
Yes.
Just to leave that thing.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, electronically disconnects from the system. There's a lot of delay.
Agent Fairley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn and the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes,
March
sir.
the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those. I believe it's exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. You full exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, the top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that?
I mean, there's
Is that what was found when you removed? the
Yeah,
trash
our
bag?
Yeah, so
deliberations
once we
now at
remove
8
the
hours
body
and 15 minutes.
the
I'm not
trash bag that
surprised. It's going to
contained
be
the
either
body,
guilty
this
or
was
hung.
in the bottom of that.
Guilty or hung is where I'm looking.
Now showing you.
And I
exhibit
think it's
40.
going to be over whether
Yes,
or not he dragged
again,
her
a top,
into the home
view
or
again of the
she
trash
went
can
in
that
willingly, which
shows
she
the
did
fleece
not.
blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or
I'm
use the
sorry,
laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
now showing you Exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the other items to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle.
I'm not going to show that, and he's not saying anything. He said that was taken before they removed the remains.
Out of the
That's
out
the
of the
trash
view
bag
of this
with the trash
particular
can out of the
photograph.
view.
And
Yes,
finally, Exhibit 44.
yes, I
Again, just a
agree.
different
Jim.
angle of those 2 trash
was-
bags
Yeah,
without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there
Yes, sir.
later on. Is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're on break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the court officer.
be back at what time? What time be back?
Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're on break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the court officer.
At 1:15? 11 o'clock there. Do you mean 12:15? Okay, guys, the other case is going on their lunch break. We are still in a verdict watch over here. will continue to stay in verdict watch. I'm going to mute myself while they are in break.
Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness in question is out in the light. Do you want me to bring him in?
Is what?
Otherwise, he'll be in custody chair.
He's what? Can somebody help me with the sound here?
I would prefer that. I also asked,
11:58. Okay.
instruct him to talk to us before.
So they're 2 hours because it's 10:58. No, it's an hour.
Well, okay. I mean, otherwise, I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's supposed to.
Okay, let's
Tell the witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Judge. I'll tell him.
So was the witness in the room?
Yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Don't discuss the
Yes,
rules
sir.
and all this. You can't discuss the testimony with any other witness or allow them to discuss their.
Okay, so what we've learned is the conditions that little baby Evelyn was in. I appreciate that Court TV is taking out those images and keeping the audio up. I'm hopefully waking up. I only had 4 hours sleep last night. I had washer dryer issues last night and I didn't go to bed until after 1 a.m., almost 2. I was not a happy woman. I've been over here trying to work on my college paper I have to get written by this evening. I'm multitasking today. Okay, so now I have another trial that is, let me see if it's started and I'll go live for that. Oh, it doesn't go live for another 30 minutes. Okay. So that one won't go live for another 30 minutes. I'm going to have, I don't think what I'm going to do is I am not going to stream. I need to fix that. Let me go into StreamYard.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm doing.
Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. We can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day, except Sunday. That includes Saturday. Until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That would be nowhere going.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Jill, if you don't mind, now, if you don't mind, just sort of save the whole testimony.
Who was that?
All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
1:15. Okay.
Did you guys remove your mic from your check?
They're supposed to be turning off the mic. There they go. Turned off the sound. Okay. I'm going to go ahead since I got 2 lives going. I'm going to end the music on 1. Put me live there. Okay. This is where we are. I have changed the Monica Simatilli trial viewing on our end till 6:30 tonight. We will watch it tonight. I will have that on after these trials are done for the day, Or if, for example, we have a verdict this afternoon and they have a break, then I'll put that trial on during the break. But the trial is not actually on right now, so I can't put them on during the break. In the Colin Griffin trial that we are on verdict watch for, they are in 8 hours, 25 minutes, and now 18 seconds. And so I think that they're hung up on the kidnapping charge. That is what I firmly believe. I firmly believe that they are definitely hung up on that kidnapping charge. So we'll see what happens with that. So we're still on for that. I have learned that I can put my Apple TV into my switcher, but I don't think I have sound. So let me put it on over here. No, it's not going to work. But I got to figure out how to do all this. And I'm also going to learn how to stream without using StreamYard, because if something goes down with StreamYard, I need to be able to stream in I guess in YouTube or OBNS or whatever that is. So we're going to be doing some technical experimenting in the very near future. I have this fabulous, let me put me up here. I have this fabulous setup. I'm going to switch this over to my right and put this to my left. That is a big ordeal, so it won't happen today. I got my Stream Deck, my iPad, my cell phone, which I use, but I have the computer with my live feed up so I can see what's actually, whatever you're seeing and hearing coming out of here. Then I have the 2 different feeds that I'm working with on here split. The top level is Baby Evelyn. And so that's kind of interesting. And then I go and bounce between these lives. So I've also got on that very same window there the Tilly trial. So 3 different lives on this screen. I know my thing's glitching because I banged it. I can, if I want to, and if I really need to, I can bring all 3 of these down and then go up here. Where's the 3-way? There's a 3-way. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So I have 3 of the trials going here. There's 3 trials here. This is my main monitor for Switch, StreamYard. Here's the switcher. This is what I use to bounce my feeds. And then I have my homework up over here at the moment. Oh, I moved it. My homework up over here at the moment. And then this is our wonderful
Sidebar.
soundboard. This is my setup. And of course, I have my keyboard here. I'm fabulous mic and camera is right there with ceiling fan. With isolating fan. It gets warm in here, but my feet are cold. Don't ask me why or how. It gets warm in here and my feet are cold. I don't know. And this makes me look really big. I'm not that big. It's just, I got a dark cover on my chair because my chair is off white. I'm thinking about bringing in another chair, but the chair has a really high back and it will interrupt the backdrop. I like not having that back behind me. I get too comfortable and then I want to go to sleep. So get me back up front. There we go. So some people who are new here like to see setup. I wish I could leave the setup running in a second camera. For some reason, Discord does not recognize my switcher slots as second cameras. So it is what it is, and that's where we are. Haley Mouse, I forgot to tell you, Court TV is good. I can leave that logo up. That's fine. By the way, I'm going to be talking with Ian from Runkle of the Bailey. I was on his as a visitor, as just watching the other night, and I blessed him. And he said he would love to do a live about the disabled people and court and deaf people in particular, and how horribly they're treated when they have to go to trial. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. I'm going to see if I can set up a a joint live where he's on his and I'm on mine, and we're all happy together. So there we go. Any questions? Anything I can answer from you guys? I need to split these up right now while we are talking because I don't want to miss comments on either side of the boat. Yay. So now if you really want to get confusing, let me do this and let me do this here. Now I got StreamYard trial 1, StreamYard trial 2. I've had StreamYard trial 3. Yes, it getting crazy up in here. Number 2 is my iPad, but unfortunately I need to get a different power source because I have to plug in and put an adapter and all that in. So it's crazy. But I'm happy. I'm so blessed all of y'all joined me today. Runkle is a great guy. I really like Runkle. He's coming to Texas for the lead shooting things, and I never know when he's coming, but it's only an hour away from where I live, and I want to go see Runkle, and I want to go see the leads and the boom booms. Yana, are y'all coming over to the Boswell trial? They may be. I would love to go to the thing that Runkle goes to. I'd love to be a part of that. I wouldn't mind being his guest for the day. Hey, Runkle, hook me up. No, kidding. Oh, I want to apologize this morning. On I think it was the Colin Griffin stream. Y'all saw me putting my makeup on. I normally don't put makeup on live. I had somebody complain about that. I did it once, and some woman complained that I put my makeup on while I was live. I almost texted her back and said, "Come on now. I'm a professional makeup artist. I used to do Facebook Lives every day putting makeup on. You might learn something." I miss doing my makeup tutorials. I really do. I might get back into doing that on Facebook again. I had so many people who always would come on and say, "I struggle with this, I struggle with that," and then I'd show them what to do to help it, and also skincare and stuff. So we're still working on that partnership. Things, take time. I just ran my coffee lady just hopped in and checked on me. God love you. I'm a terror for doing my makeup in front of people. I used to do it in the break room and in cabs before work. Yeah. Runkle right now is getting ready to appearing for appeal case he is involved in on Thursday. He also will be on Law and Lumber on Friday. I sometimes will interpret Law and Lumber and their Friday night frenzy thing, but I have to say sometimes I have to be full of energy and ready to go because that live will last until 1, 2, 3 in the morning, and that's like 5, 6, 7 hours of interpreting. I don't like, and unless the deaf person said, "Okay, I'm going to bed," and nobody else is deaf on, then I will stop. But I'm just so exhausted all the time lately, and I think part of it is I'm losing weight, and I don't have a whole lot of energy. I'm just so tired. I might need to check my vitamin B levels. I might be a little low on something. I need to check all my levels. But for me, I've lost almost 30 pounds since November 30th. Probably more like the first week of December. I've lost almost 30 pounds. So it's affecting me a little bit. So I apologize. Oh. And then I'm not getting enough sleep. So tomorrow, I don't care what's happening tomorrow, guys. I love you, but I'm not starting till 9 a.m. I need some sleep. Oh, what happened? Somebody asked what happened. So last night I get home and I got to be honest, my home's starting to look a little bit neglected because I'm here all the time. I go home, I literally just slide in bed and then get a shower, slide in bed, get up, slide out of bed and come straight here. So my home's been a little neglected. So last night I got home about 10:30. I took a quiz. I had some things to do here. And I had put a load in to wash earlier that day before I came to the shop yesterday. No, after I got off, I went home, put a load in, came back here. When I got home, the load was dripping wet. It was off balance, so it wouldn't spin. I have one of those high-tech washing machines. If it's off balance, it won't keep knocking, it just stops. It will try to rebalance itself, but if it can, it just stops. And I had all my black clothes in there, and I'm like, "Oh my god." So I sat there, had to work with it for 2 hours to get it to dry and balance. I had to take very wet clothes out and put it in a trash bag and break up the load, and I was just so irritated. Y'all, I was so irritated. It was after 1:00 before I got my laundry done, and I could go to bed. Part of that is I had sheets that I had washed prior that were in the dryer, because the monkey had escaped and gotten them dirty, so anyway, figured everything out, got everything done, got in bed just before 2 really, and then I was like, "Can't sleep." So, it was about 2:30, I think I finally fell asleep, and then my alarm started going off at 6, and I'm like, "No, not having it." Sean Combs was taken to the hospital from jail for an MRI on his knee, according to reports. And why is that important and why do I care? Grandma's house, I enjoyed being over there last night with you. I just got a notice on that. I'm like, I don't care about Sean Combs getting himself a little bit of a knee thing going on. Knees suck. Okay, I will tell you, it sucks when you got knee trouble, but skincare, yes. What's my Facebook? Oh my gosh, what is my Facebook? Let's see if I can get the link and post it here. I don't do a lot on it anymore for some reason. It's my name, Ada space K, ADA space KAY, Ada K. I haven't been on it much lately, but I need to get back into being on it. I'm just here all the time. I'm here all the time. The last case I did live was January 28th. So sometimes I'll throw cases up there. But I've been so involved over here that I have neglected it. We have birthdays. Uh-oh, I got people I know that have birthdays. So why don't we do this? I think I have it over here. Okay, we're gonna do birthdays. Because I used to do birthdays and I stopped doing that too. Should I do birthdays, y'all? Now, some of these people are Facebook. You guys have people that you know, or if it's your birthday or you want a birthday shout out, put it in the comments when you first hop on early in the morning. But I think we'll go ahead and do birthdays here. Ready?
Happy birthday to you.
Brittany.
Happy birthday to you.
Gail.
Happy birthday.
Megan.
Happy
Brittany.
birthday.
Christy.
Happy birthday.
Michael. Barbara.
To you.
Brittany. Amanda. Kayla. Kathleen. Happy birthday to you and many more. Howdy, K-Swan. So Jess, and that be my Facebook. I just put Ada K. That's my Facebook. Y'all can go join. I will, one thing I was going to do about this channel is a camping. It's called Deaf Girl Glamping, DDG. It's either Deaf Girl Glamping, DDG, is what I was gonna do. It's gonna be starting sometime later this spring, early summer. I need to get sponsorships because I gotta tell you that the money, I mean, the tents are expensive. Everything's expensive. But I'm gonna start doing camping for and doing videos, showing the accommodations and checking out places in Texas, and eventually I'd like to go outside Texas, that are disabled friendly, whether you're hearing impaired, deaf, hard of hearing, or I almost said the bad word. I don't know why, because I'm looking at it. Uh, Deaf, hard of hearing, or you're in a wheelchair. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get sponsors for the battery uh, power sources that you can plug your wheelchair in overnight and charge. If you don't have electricity, try to help modify the arrangement and how tents go to accommodate wheelchairs, all kinds of fun stuff. But I'm trying to partner with somebody. So unless I'm working on that, oh my gosh, I have new followers. Thank you. So I'm desperately working on all of that in the background. So we'll see how that goes. See how all that goes. Anyway, you ever come to the K, you could stay in my caravan. That do you know what? I if so if a Sprinter or one of those big, what I call Sprinter vans that was decked out for camping the way I'd like it, if I ever had the ability to do that, I freaking would. I would get one of those, vans and deck it out for camping. There are ways to make them wheelchair accessible, but when you're in a camping van like that, it's so tight that, a lot of times you can do things by moving yourself from one place to another without a wheelchair, depending on your disability issues. Not everything is gonna be perfect for everybody, but I wanna start. Oh, thank you so much, Jesse. I wanna start really gearing some of the stuff on my channel towards disabled friendly places and events and things to do, and I wanna be able to show people, like, for example, um, one of the things I thought of is one of the difficulties in camping is you don't always have access to a disabled spot because they're all taken sometimes by abled people person, which pisses me off because they like the location and it's closer to the I keep doing it the wrong direction. And it's closer to toiletries or whatever. And people, if you're able-bodied, don't take a disabled spot. I don't care if it's the last one there. It's not fair. It just so freaking isn't right. So anyway, so one of the problems people have is getting the person from the car into the tent area or the area just outside the tent. And I have found some wonderful indoor, outdoor decorative rugs that the way they're made, a wheelchair, electric or manual, could ride straight right over it and it won't bog down the wheels. People don't understand when you're on carpet, it's like pushing through sand. When you're in grass, it's pushing through dirt and sand and grass. And so having, knowing what items to get, what products to get, how to set it up, that kind of stuff. So it's gonna be cool. Yeah, a lot of the places, like Fredericksburg, which is just down the road 22 miles from me, is so not handicap accessible because they were so old buildings that they were like 150 years old. So you can't do anything. They're historical, but I just really greatly appreciate the efforts. No problem, Haley Mouse. You just go and do what you gotta do. You guys, I really wanna give a shout out to Haley Mouse. She has hopped on. She is a new mod for us. She's started I'm teaching her how to do StreamYard, so sometimes things are popping up that I didn't click, and she's popping and doing and learning, and I'm so grateful for it because I can't interpret until I have multiple people. I need at least 2 people trained in StreamYard. It's not hard, so that I have a backup and I can get my hands up in the air. Hands up. Sorry, I keep doing that. I keep doing camping generators. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna look into those generators and see. Sometimes things pop up that are cheap. So, well, thank you so much for following me, Jesse. The other thing that I'm gonna start doing here is I gotta learn how to do shorts, and I'm really uncomfortable with that, and I gotta figure out how to do them. So I've got a lot of learning curve going on right now. How do you like these? A friend of mine made them for me. I love my native stuff. Um, so court and trial wise, I want to start getting more collabs going. So if you know of a good content creator that I could do a collab, please reach out to both me and them and let us, see if you're going to send them an email, copy me into it. That would be great. So let me see what's going on. We got another 20 minutes before the love affair murder happens, trial gets going. I don't want to mess with these streams, so let me get a clean window. Let me see what I can pull up to catch us up on some of the other stuff that's happening in the news. My mouth is dry again. My mouth is super dry. My mouth was dry. Court stuff. Okay, y'all are aware that all 67 souls have been recovered. Yay! They've been recovered. So the families can start their grieving now. That is such a horrible, horrible situation, and unfortunately, it appears that the helicopter was at fault for the accident. But you know what? I feel for the family of that pilot because they didn't do anything wrong, but their people are giving them hell anyway. Oh, I do want to share this. Can I share this, guys? Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to share this. Put me over here. I have been watching eagle cams. Don't ask me why. I've been watching eagle cams. Look how beautiful. Oh, you can't see. My bad. Look how beautiful that is. I don't know if that particular I got 2 of them that I'm watching. It's that one, and there's another set of eagles I'm watching. Oh, here's the one I really love to watch. Oh, that's the same one. Okay. So they have a couple of babies. The names of the bald eagles that are adult are Gabriel and Bo. And so this is I am sharing this live, but it must be warm up there because she's panting. Isn't that beautiful? I know. Sea wolf, rheumatologist, and do bone density tests. Catch you later. See, she wolf, I do the same thing, babe. I gotcha. That's why my feet are sitting on a heating pack right now. I mean, on a heat pad right now because my arthritis is flared up really bad. That's part of the reason why I'm so dry. But I hope you have a good visit. And for those of you who don't know, when you go see a rheumatologist, you end up giving about 10 tubes of red liquid stuff for them to test. Oh, that's that one. And this one gets this one. No. This one. This one. And this one goes. Why? There we go. Nope. See, the tabs are not very clear in which one. There we go. But I love the little birds. I love watching that sometimes. I know some people are kind of like, eh. But bald eagles are amazing parents. It's fun to watch sometimes. I'm trying to find something to watch case-wise. Oh, the Ohio has a mass unaliving situation. But there's not much we can see. Multiple victims have been reported at a shooting at a warehouse in New Albany, Ohio, according to officials. The suspect was apprehended. Thank God for that. Sensei, I reached down to pet you and you walked away. Come here, boo. Come here, baby. Come on. Come around. Come here. My little girl got mad at me last night because I left her at home for about an hour. Come here. She's used to being with me all the time. Up here. Good girl. Yeah. She had so much fun at my American Sign Language class the other night. It was awesome. It was awesome. Yep, everybody loves my girl. They do mate for life. Oh, what did you say? Oh, those are neat. I've watched nests in South Florida for babies that got sick. Oh, I really love this particular cam has been up for years. So I've followed them for about 3 years. It is so neat, and they do mate for life. By the way, um, bald eagles can be anywhere. We have some around here, but they don't ever tell anybody where they are because they are so protected. And if you find a feather that is of any bird of prey, hawk, convor, buzzard, or whatever, eagle, any bird of prey, you cannot keep their feathers. You cannot keep the feathers. It is a huge fine. Now, people say you're native, you can have them. No, the only ones you can have is if you fill out paperwork. You got to prove that you're native, which really pisses me off. Native Americans are the only one that has to prove their blood quantity. You can say you're Irish, you can say you're African American and be totally white like me and all that, and you don't have to prove a thing, but natives do. But the thing is that it is major fines, $10,000 in some places. I have a place this sign on able-bodied cars and handicap parking. Stupidity is not a handicap. Park elsewhere, and sometime I will park behind them at a 7-Eleven type store. I've called the police on somebody that I knew dang well. They were a physician. They parked in handicap and brought their pet dog in a cage, in a backpack type thing. And I'm just not having it. I don't care if you're a physician and I know you personally. And I called on him. The thing is that in Texas, the fine used to only be $300 for faking a service dog. Well, I went to somebody and told them I'd like to have that changed. And they said, to what? And I said, $1,000 in community service. So they connected me with the right people and I got a law passed in Texas. I went and testified in front of the Senate House committee and all of that stuff. I did all of that. And that is now against the law. It's been against the law, but it's $1,000 fine for faking a service dog. And it's 30 hours community service with organizations that services the disabled. So you can't sit there and go work the county fair and get 3 times. Sometimes if you're on probation, they give you triple credit for working things like the county fair. No, you got to work with an organization that services disabled people. So there you go. Fun fact, I play a word. I play a word with your name. It was one of my favorite duty stations, which was in Ada K. Oh, how cool. That's cool. I appreciate that. That's fun to know. Thank you, June. So if you live in the state of Texas and you have a pet and you go and buy from Amazon a vest that says service dog and you take it into a store, you're risking $1,000 fine and 30 hours of your time working with an organization that services disabled people. See, people don't understand. My service dog has been attacked and has been aggressed multiple times. And there people go, "Oh, my dog's nice." Arsh. I'm all like, "Oh, I go ballistic." I never thought I would be so quick to anger and protect mode over a dog, but I will lay my life down for her. She's amazing. She's amazing. I would love to be able to go on a cruise, for the deaf. I think it'd be fun to have a deaf cruise. I do have somebody I know who does, interpreting for cruises. Oh, they got a close up of the baby. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Look at the close up of the baby. It's sweeping. Oh, yes, you are good. Now, if you have an emotional support animal, what constitutes emotional support animal, you may ask? Well, what constitutes as emotional support animal? Did I get it right? No. So this one will go over here. Emotional support animal. You must have a letter from your physician stating that this is an emotional support animal. I knew I was going to get it boxed up. And then it did it again. Oops, I did it again. Okay, now let's see. I'm going to go over to Colin and do that. Nope. There it goes. Um, you must get a letter from a physician, a psychologist, or something like that, that you've known. Some people do it wrong. Don't get me wrong. People do go, they know how to work around it. And it's only good for living in a home. It's only good for hotels and things like that. Emotional support animals are not allowed to go shopping with you, to go in restaurants with you, to go into your doctor's appointments with you, or anything like that. And a service dog in training is not allowed to be in the general public either. If you're training a service dog, you can take it to places like Lowe's and Home Depot, Hobby Lobby, pet friendly places that do not have food. That's why they can be pet friendly places. And you can work with them there, but you cannot claim a dog in training is permitted to go to Walmart, grocery stores, restaurants, anything like that. You can't do that. How do I know all this? Because I'm a disability integration specialist and ADA law specialist. That is one reason why I'm doing a criminal justice degree is because I would absolutely love to work educating community and laws and work with lawyers that fight for the rights of disabled people. That is my passion. That nest was in no, that's another one. That was Eagle 22. I watched 2 of them or 3. Let me go back. See if I can find it. Pop it on and see. Here is American Eagle Foundation. Oh, no, this is over by Pigeon Forge, near Dollywood. Oh, I gotta get the door. I'll be right back, y'all. I gots to get the dough. My son has not been feeling the best today. Really had a migraine last night or something. So I told him that I would take care of the shop so he could recover. Unfortunately, we're migraine sufferers. Okay. Oh, yes, this nest is in Tennessee. I can't wait for another couple weeks when they get their little white fuzzy feathers on the eagles. Yeah, yes. So, we're still at lunch break. We'll be at lunch break until about another 30 minutes, and then we are waiting. It looks like the other trial is possibly going to go. I don't have any. They got the seal up, so we're working on it. We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. But thank you for your patience. I am so blessed that my son has this place and I'm able to do this from here. So I do not mind helping him out every once in a while when he needs it. You know, he's got a kratom business and we also sell the coffee and tea. I need to start really pushing that a little more. Oh, I love coffee. I love tea. I love the Java Java and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the Java and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Oh, yep. Um, do you, oh, here we go. Let me get this one up and going on both streams. Only because we're waiting for the other. This is a cemetery trial. Let me get it back here. All right, let's see how this goes. And then when the others come back on, I'll bring it back on. Kratom, yes. Kratom is a cousin to the coffee plant. Kratom is a wonderful thing if you use it properly. I've been using Kratom since 2013 for the rheumatoid arthritis discomforts, and it really, really does help. It acts like an opioid, but it is not. It is not one. It's all natural. I'll be right back. Another customer. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is Sally, Sally, and my last name is Schoen, Schoen.
It's showing you're somewhat soft-spoken. You can move the microphone close to me and speak right into it loudly. Thank
Okay.
you. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Ms. Schoen, I'm going to ask you some questions back in the time frame of 2017. During that time frame, where were you employed?
I was in Geneva, Switzerland.
Okay. Prior to that, in the years 2010, leading up to Geneva, Switzerland, where were you employed?
I was in here, Woodland Hills, California.
Who were you employed by?
First, I was employed by Procter & Gamble, and then in 2016, we were acquired by Coty.
During that time frame, did you know Fabio Cementilli?
Yes.
How did you know him?
2010, our families were moved here to work on the integration of Wella into Procter & Gamble, and Fabio and his family came from Toronto, and I came from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Now, you said Wella and Procter & Gamble, you and Fabio both worked for those two companies. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you just briefly explain what those companies are?
So Procter & Gamble is the largest consumer goods company in the world, still is today. And Coty purchased our fine fragrances, salon professional cosmetics businesses in 2016, and we were spun off from Procter & Gamble.
Were you already employed by the company before Fabio came on board?
Yes.
Can you explain how that happened?
I joined right out of college in 1992 and started in sales, and I developed a specialty in hair care and helped with the acquisition of Clairol. So I had a color background, hair color. And when we bought Wella, Procter & Gamble had no experience in the salon professional division. And so because I knew color from Clairol and Fabio was a hairdresser. I'm not a hairdresser. We were put together to help integrate this business.
What was his role?
His role was in charge of the field, the relationship with all of our artists.
Me likes
All
packages.
of our shows, all the aspects of the salon professional that I was not familiar with. I was familiar with all the Procter & Gamble processes and systems, and he was familiar with salon professional, the industry.
So did you move to Woodland Hills at the same time frame that Fabio and his family moved to Woodland Hills?
Yes, we both moved in July 2010.
Do you know his wife, Monica Cementilli?
Yes.
Do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify
Who is
who
this,
she's sitting and
guys?
what she's wearing?
Can you let me know who
Wearing
this
a
person
blazer
is?
and a white sweater.
And again, what time frame is this now when your two families, yours and the Cementillis, moved to Woodland Hills?
July 2010.
How long did you live in Woodland Hills then?
So I was told very early on that the goal was that Fabio would be my successor. And I knew that from the beginning in 2010. And my goal was by the company was to enable one of the first hairdressers to take over a major billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar business within salon professional. So we started working together in 2010.
So from 2010, then you were working with Fabio in the understanding that he would take over your role at some point.
That's right.
How long did you remain then living in Woodland Hills with this relationship with Fabio?
So 2013, he was promoted into my role, and I was assigned to go to global to do the same thing I had done in North America and Switzerland. So I didn't technically move to Switzerland in 2014.
Okay. So during that time frame, then, did you maintain a relationship with the Cementillis?
Absolutely.
And can you just describe what that relationship was between you and your family and the Cementillis?
So because we were both put into a city that neither of us was familiar with, and because I knew, I don't know that Fabio, but I think he did know that he was going to be my heir apparent. We didn't talk about that so much, but we just came together for everything, whether it was
My daughter's
Easter
Valentine's
dinners,
present
we
just arrived.
entertained our staff at our homes. I met his family, he met my family, we met Monica's family at Christmas for drinks at our house one time. And we were very intertwined. My partner and Monica shopped together. You have no support system when you move to another country as they did, and as we moved to a city we'd never been to.
During this time frame, 2010 until you moved to Switzerland in 2014, did you observe you yourself any what you presume to be any problems or concerns between the relationship between the defendant and Fabio?
Not at all.
Overruled.
So at some point then you moved to Switzerland to resume or assume a new responsibility. Did you keep in touch with the Cementilli family?
Absolutely. Mostly Fabio, but we did communicate, and Fabio was always invited to our house when he came over. There are big events every year called the Hair Olympics Trend Vision, and I don't recall all of the events, whether Monica came, but I know the last one in 2016 she wasn't able to make, but my partner had asked if they would go out and do things in Barcelona, but she wasn't able to make that one.
Now, the date of January 23rd, 2017, how did you hear about the murder of Fabio?
My cell phone went off. It was 6:30 in the morning in Geneva. And I looked at the cell phone and thought, why is Michelle Mason calling me, my boss? And kind of thought that was rude to call so early in the morning, but I picked up the phone and she was crying and she was yelling in the phone, Fabio's dead. And of course I was shocked and asked, what happened? What's going on? What are you talking about?
Did you do something within the company then to announce that?
Yes. So I had to go right into the office and get with public relations.
I bet you did. That would have been
Fabio had
a
huge presence in the
nightmare.
company. across the world. And I had to work on with the public relations and Michelle, all the communications to the entire organization.
Bet you did.
Did you come back to Toronto then, February 4th for the memorial that was held in Canada?
I did.
Prior to that, did you come back to any of the memorials that were held in Woodland Hills?
No.
Specifically the memorial in Toronto, February 4th, did you see the defendant there?
I did.
Did you talk to her there?
It wasn't a time or place to talk. I just met her in the greeting line where all the people were greeting her at the wake. And then I was at the church and saw the family, but it was maybe I was able to touch her, give her a slight hug in the wake line, but that was it.
Subsequent to that, did you end up traveling then to Los Angeles at some point?
Yes.
When was that?
Immediately afterwards.
Okay. When you say immediately, you're at February 4th in Toronto. Would it be within the week?
Literally, it was the same ticket. So I stopped in Toronto because I had spoken with Sal and had offered, because I had led the North America organization, that I would come back to help with emotional support and leadership support because of my global role, but also because I had run North America prior to FOB and knew everybody. So
during that time frame in February, did you go to the Cementilli house?
I did.
Can you explain that?
So it was probably a week or so after the Toronto service, and Dave Diaz, Patty, his wife, and I were in Woodland Hills.
Can I interrupt you for one moment?
Yes.
Who is Dave Diaz?
Dave Diaz was formerly Fabio's boss in Canada, and he was also on an international assignment in Woodland Hills, and he was in charge of our go-to-market strategy operations.
If anime market exhibit is people's 90, you want a photograph of an individual labeled at the top, David Diaz.
Yes.
Is that who you're referring to as David Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. So you went with him and his wife over to the Cementilli house, then somewhere around the week of February 12th, that time frame?
Somewhere.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you got there, what happened?
We had offered to bring brunch because of our strong connections. It had nothing really to do with the company, just our strong connections to be there for Monica and the girls. I believe Monica's sister was there. The girls were there. Patty, because they lived in LA at the time, I did not. She brought a egg casserole and I picked up bagels, and we went over and just tried to lend emotional support.
During that time frame, during that time then, how did you feel about being in the house?
I was totally freaked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had heard that Fabio had been murdered there and on the patio by the pool, and we didn't know who had done it at that time, and didn't know if people would come back and try to attack or anything like that. And so I would never have gone by myself. And yeah, it was just, we were all freaked out.
How did, in your opinion, how did Monica, the defendant, appear? Did she appear scared at all while you were there?
No.
Did anything happen that scared you while you were there?
Yes.
What happened?
The windows were open because it was a nice day, and the wind caught a door in the house and slammed it. And David, myself, and Patty jumped up from the table and were completely freaked out, and even jumped up and looked what had happened. And the family just said, "Oh, it's a door, that happens." But we were already on edge being in the house, but I distinctly remember being so scared.
Were you shown around the house or the back patio by the defendant?
Yes, I hadn't been to this house before. I'd been to their other house, and I really didn't want to go outside, but they wanted to show me the pool and the area. And so as quickly as I could, I went back in to the house.
So you were shown the area where you knew or thought you knew Fabio to be murdered?
Yeah.
Was there anything unusual about that area that you noticed?
I just tried not to look at it. I was very uneasy.
At that time, did you talk to the defendant at all about the safety of staying in that house?
Not at that time. The next time we got together, this was very raw. And so we were really there to be there for the family and the kids. And it wasn't a time to ask a lot of questions other than, how are you doing, and get caught up on kind of more superficial things.
Did you see the defendant at another point a month later in March?
I did.
What was the reason for that?
Again, we were always trying to lend support to her and the kids. And I had invited them out to dinner to an Italian place I knew they liked in Woodland Hills. And Monica, Jess, and one of the cousins came. But Isabella wasn't there because she was working.
And this was a dinner?
This was a dinner.
In March?
March.
I don't know if you said this, but you know about what time you went to dinner?
What time? It was after work for me, so probably 5:36.
Okay. And during that dinner then, did you specifically talk about the house and feeling safe in the house?
Well, I asked Monica how she was doing, how could I help with anything? And that's when we started getting into, because the girls were a little more separated in the booth away from us. And I could ask her some questions of how could I help? And that's when we started talking about, do you feel safe in the house?
And what did she tell you?
She did. She shared that someone had given money, or they had redone linens and stuff in the house. And so because all that was taken care of, she felt safe in the house.
Did she talk about any security though, such as surveillance or alarms or anything of that nature?
Not that I recall.
So when you asked her about safety, she talked about getting money for linens and things of that nature.
Yeah, there were some things replaced. Because again, we thought this was a, burglary gone wrong type of thing. And somebody being in your house, touching your stuff, I assume that's why they replaced stuff, because that would be gross.
So when you're having this conversation about, can I help you with anything? What do you need? Did she talk to you at all about money?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
The first part was that Cody was going to no longer pay Fabio's salary, and she didn't know what she was going to do.
And let me stop you. This is March of 2017, so somewhere around 6-7 weeks after the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now, up until this point, had there been any guarantee to the defendant that Fabio's salary would be extended for 6 months?
As form sustain.
Up until this point, had there been any conversation regarding giving Monica money from your company to help her survive, basically?
Okay, guys, sorry about that. My daughter called. She applied for a job and we're waiting to hear back. And she's getting over getting sick. So Mama had to go be Mama for a minute. Thank y'all for your understanding.
I would.
Well, then you tell us the conversation.
Well, I said, how can I help? Is there anything else that I can do? And she mentioned that his salary was stopping. And I know how expensive things are in California. And so I said, well, let me go back. That doesn't seem right. Even when we let people go for cause, we often give them several months of money to ease their transition. And so I went back and spoke.
There you
with
go,
Henry,
Miss Candace. I apologize.
And, Henry took up the fight to get 6 months of his salary extended, which then gave them a glide path that would not just immediately stop the income from coming in.
So from that conversation, then you were able to start the ball rolling of securing that 6 months.
And guess what, guys? If she is found guilty, they could potentially sue her for that money back. They can, because you cannot benefit from your crime. How much you want to bet they come after her for that if she's found guilty?
6 months salary.
I would.
Henry did all the work, but I brought back the concern and also to me, an injustice that that's not how we treat people at our company.
Okay, so at this point, you're wanting obviously to help financially.
Yes, I was advocating that they get the money.
What about insurance? Did she bring up the insurance or life insurance?
She brought up that she was very frustrated with the police because she was calling them constantly, like every day, to get an update of what was going on. She wasn't hearing back. And that, yes, that the insurance was not available, but that was also the next means of support, you know, and actually, if we didn't give her the salary, that would have been her primary means of support.
Did she ask you for any help with the insurance?
I think it was in the conversation that just, I never called the police. I took everything back to Henry, but I shared with Henry that she's not getting answers. Maybe the company can call and help. But that's as far, I just took everything back to Henry because he was the point person.
Was the financial aspect the primary topic when you spoke to the defendant, when you offered help?
Yes.
How did that dinner end then?
Well, like I mentioned, Isabella was not able to be there, which I was sad about because I wanted to see how she was doing, and she was working. And so I think Monica got a text towards the end of the meal that Isabella was on her way home. And I said, oh, please tell her to come this way, you know, before she goes home, and we can get a dinner and I can stay, we can order it, no problem. And she said, no, Isabella's going directly home. And I said, imagined a teenager coming into the dark house that I was so freaked out to be at, because now it's 7:38 at night. I'm like, go. I got the bill. I was going to pick up the bill anyhow, but I'm like, no, you have to go. You have to be at the house to meet her. And there was no urgency to do that. They did leave, but it was me that was freaking out of thinking of her. And if I was the mom, I would have insisted that she come to the restaurant and not go home alone.
Was it dark out at this time that
Yes.
Isabella was texting that she was on her way home?
Yes.
And in your observation, the defendant, did she seem concerned at all that her 16-year-old daughter was going home alone in the dark to the house where her father was murdered?
No.
As far as that is overruled.
So,
The objection was overruled.
and your answer was?
No.
Thank you. Monica, then, the defendant, did she tell you about a trip to Vegas?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was also at the March dinner. And she said a friend of hers had a timeshare and she was going to go take some time off and go to this timeshare in Vegas.
Did she tell you who she was going with?
She did not.
Did she tell you why she was going?
Just to get away. And I remember being a little bit shocked because to me, Vegas is not the place that I would go immediately after the tragedy. But then I felt really badly for judging her if that's where she had somebody who offered her, because of the money situation, a free place to go. That, okay, you know, Vegas might not be for me, but if somebody has a timeshare there and they offer it to you, then it kind of made sense that she might do that.
And do you know if she ever stayed in this timeshare?
Interesting.
When you, did she tell you about a Rob Baker? Did you ever hear that name come out of her mouth?
No.
Did she tell you that she was having an intimate relationship with somebody?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to Las Vegas with another man?
No.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Shum.
Hi.
You
testified about your relationship with the Sementilli family from 2010 to about 2017, right?
Yes,
And how you had a very intertwined relationship with the family
yes,
and entertained together, spent holidays together.
yes,
And am I correct that, and you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutor in this case for the first time in March of 2021, right?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but
Okay.
I was interviewed by them, yes.
It was several years after Monica's arrest.
It could be, if you have the time.
Were you interviewed more than one time or was it just one time?
Twice.
Okay. And do you recall when you were interviewed the second time?
Yeah, that one I recall, that was, I think, April of 2024, because we thought it was going to trial.
And at that interview, did you just review what you had previously told the detectives in the prior interview?
Yes.
Am I correct that when you were interviewed, you described the relationship between Monica and Fabio as very adoring and very loving?
Yes.
And that, in your opinion, you observed that they had a very healthy relationship?
That's what we observed.
When you
We are still waiting for both trials to resume. We are now in 9 hours and 33 minutes
Memorial in
into the verdict
Toronto
watch.
around February 4th, you testified that you had only briefly seen Monica. There was some sort of line and people were greeting Monica.
Yes.
And am I correct that you also, when you were first interviewed by the detectives, you relayed to the detectives that at that memorial, Monica could hardly speak?
Yes.
And that you actually described her as she was basically fell apart?
Yes.
And then you saw Monica just shortly after that memorial in Los Angeles when you took it upon yourself to offer to bring brunch over to the home.
Yes.
And even though you knew that that home was the site of a crime scene, you did go over to that home to lend emotional support to Monica.
Yes.
You testified that you said they wanted to show you the crime scene area. Who is they that wanted to show you the area?
I wouldn't say they wanted to show me the crime scene area. I think they wanted me to see the new house and the pool and the outside area, which was beautiful, but that was where the crime scene was.
Okay. And who is they?
Monica, the girls, they were very excited about the house because I had not seen it. I'd seen their other home before that. And so they were really proud of this beautiful home, but it forced me to go where the crime had been.
Okay, so it was Monica, Jessica, and Bella who had given you kind of like a home tour of the new place.
Yes.
And then you testified that you testified about this dinner at a restaurant sometime in March with Monica and Jessica.
Yes.
Was anybody else at that dinner?
Yes, one of the cousins.
Okay, do you know
I think
which cousin?
Monica's sister's daughter, I believe. I don't remember her name.
Okay, and when you talked about how you were speaking with Monica and some people were off to the side in a booth, are you referring to Jessica and then the other cousin?
Yeah, where we sat was a booth and it was large enough where the girls were doing the girls thing. And I don't know if they were looking at social media or what they were doing, but it was appropriate for me to ask Monica some things and have an adult conversation while they were distracted and talking right there. Because there's certain things you don't want to talk about in front of teenagers.
Okay. And is it your belief that neither of the girls overheard that conversation with Monica?
Yes.
With respect to, well, let me ask you this. After that March dinner, you during this period of January 23 to June of 2017, you were located in Switzerland, right?
No, I was flying back every few weeks to be with the organization, doing both jobs and trying to help North America organization and the leadership team that Fabio had, and consoling everyone, but also running the business. So doing two jobs. So I was literally on a plane every couple weeks back and forth.
And when you came to Los Angeles, going back and forth, you often reached out to Monica and offered to let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Yes.
Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that?
Yes.
And at some point in April, you did you also see Monica in April?
I didn't see her in April. We were supposed to get together, but she got detained at the Ford dealership for something. And the reason I remember it is because I had things to pick up, bowls and dishes that people had brought from Cody. And even though I couldn't meet her, she asked me to pick them up. They were on the front porch or step where the doorway was by the garage, and to return them to all the people who had brought them food. And I think I may have brought her food too and left it. But she couldn't meet me, but I remember it because I was completely freaked out again about being at that house by myself to go even pick up and drop off the things.
Okay. But you did actually go back to the
I did.
house to drop off
I
the
did.
items. Am I correct that when you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutors that you had described that in this time period, the times, 2 times that you had seen Monica, that you observed, you thought she looked horrible and was a complete mess, right?
She was a mess when I saw her in February, when at the funeral and the wake and stuff like that. When we went to the house for the brunch, she was pulling herself more together. When I saw her in the dinner, she was pulling herself together. There wasn't the hysterics that had been or anything. It was normal by that point and normal conversation, both at the brunch and at the dinner.
Okay. Did you also tell the detectives that Monica to you appeared depressed?
She didn't, it wasn't so much depressed. It was, I hadn't seen her maybe in 2 years, and she had lost a lot of weight and got super fit. And so I wasn't familiar with a much smaller Monica is what I noticed, but I think others said that she had just gotten really fit. So when you don't see somebody in 2 years, that's what I was commenting more to.
Okay. Didn't you also tell the detectives that to you it appeared she had fallen into a complete collapse? Those were the words that you had used.
She was totally collapsed in February at the wake and at the church service. Yes.
Going back to the dinner in March, you testify that there was some conversation with Monica. You had actually asked Monica what's going on with the investigation. How are you doing? How are you feeling? And the topic of the status of the LAPD investigation and financial distress came up in that conversation.
Yes.
And you testified that Monica mentioned Fabio's salary was stopping. Okay.
Yes.
And then you took it upon yourself to go back to Henry Meyer and speak to him about.
Okay, guys, we are now back at the Boswell trial. Let me open that up. Come on. So this will be shared. No. There we go. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the we're pausing that trial. We're going to go back to that during breaks. And we are still on a verdict watch for Colin Griffith. I feel like I'm having to scream over that, and I shouldn't. We are going to let me pause that. We are still on the verdict watch for Colin Griffin. It is now 9 hours and 41 minutes or 42. And I would say that we are either going to have a hung jury or it's going to take another day, in my humble opinion. But we are not full. I mean, it's only 12:20 my time. So it's 1:20 their time. Okay. So for those of you who are kind of trying to keep an eye out on the Colin Griffith murder trial, it is back. I'm going to go ahead and put the Monica Cimatelli trial on that one. This one, you are going to be the baby Evelyn murder trial. Okay. Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna hold off on that. We'll put Monica Cimatelli on hold because I have both sounds in my ear at the same time, and my captioning can't caption. So you try and put 2 songs on at the same time. That's what happens. So let's go ahead and get this going.
Of the indictment, and
I didn't know they were talking. There we go. I think that's what I want. I'm gonna put some music on over here for you guys. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. I'm Ada Kate. Welcome to my channel. Don't forget to do the subscribe, like, and comment. We do have a drawing that will be done at the end of the month for a $50 gift card.
didn't have trial. Can't have trial. One of the issues that came up when the state dismissed one count of the indictment, and asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made as a doctrine of completeness. You've been part of a statement, the whole statement.
I didn't listen to any testament about what she said.
You asked if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child was dead.
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I had 6 statements.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they,
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, in the court's well aware, it's the doctrine of completeness. The case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's
Thank you guys for watching and being patient. I am almost done with my college assignment. I'm just proofing it. Everybody doing okay? I'm done. Yay! I love it when I get done. Yay! Done with that homework assignment. Woohoo! No more. I guess we could zoom just a little bit. There we go.
That's why we have these issues. That's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor. Sorry.
Once they get talking, I'll adjust the closed captioning again for you. Yes, my head is bobbing because I have music on the other site. And unfortunately, I can't separate the two feeds sound right now. I've got to learn how to do all that. I'm still working on learning, guys. This is whole new. Hawaii's Kailua volcano shoots lava over 250 feet into the air. They are having, oh my gosh, y'all. I'm going to share this for a minute. Look at this, y'all. Look at that. Beautiful, but so devastating. So devastating, y'all. No, that's not what I want to do. No. Share this one instead. There we go. We go over here. Look this. Put this one over there. Yay, I did it right. Divinity said, oh my God, I haven't seen you in a while.
So, under a 106 evaluation.
I got bangs because when my sister passed away, before she was trying to get me to cut bangs forever, and I just fought it. And in my native belief that when someone close dies, a lot of times we will cut our braids. And she told me not to. So instead, I put bangs in honor of my sister. Good to see you. Wish you'd be around more often. I miss you, girlfriend. Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of liking them now. She was right. Big sis, right? She was right. I have missed you, love. Thank you for blessing me. You are a
There's
blessing.
nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case in 2002.
Oh my gosh, Super Bowl's this weekend. I forgot.
Denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Good. My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the,
Can I finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, and they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You got the cases on that.
Okay. Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not.
Yes, it is good to see you, Miss Divinity.
Part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I have heard of that. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
That's a good point. I'm not disagreeing on that one at all. Oh.
We're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look.
Oh. That's a good point.
Hard time going through it. We can have a minute. I'll collect and send them back. I just make the time to do it. Back to your staff. Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take. We're still on. We're still on.
Okay, so they're fighting over that. Okay, so now we're having a fight over a question that was asked. Oy vey. And now the poor guy is still sitting up on the stand. Everybody's sitting there like thumbs in their mouth going, I don't know. This is going to be a fun trial, guys. Yes, thank you so much. Definitely, please like and subscribe to keep the channel growing. Hit the bell if you ever missed one of my lives so you don't miss them. Because I know some people have said, I didn't know. Well, click the bell. We are now at 10 hours and 2 minutes and 3 seconds into the verdict watch for the Colin Griffin. This is huge because this tells me there's a chance that this poor guy is going to get a hung jury. I don't think innocence is going to come out of their mouths, but I think a hung jury just might, because I think that the state may have overreached when it started putting on about the where's the one I'm looking for? Uh-oh. It's on the floor. I ain't gonna go get it now. When they put in there for the kidnapping. So that to me is a big deal. The kidnapping, that's covering my face. The kidnapping charge is a huge deal for me. So I thought that may be a little bit of an overreach. In all honesty, I think that that he did pull her into the home, but she drove to the home, and I think kidnapping to me would be him pulling her into the car and driving her to another location. So I don't know. Don't know. Okay, guys, we are still having that Starbucks or whatever $50 gift card giveaway. You subscribe and comments. You can get 1 sub for each subscribe. Hit the like button, 5 more entries, become a member, and receive an additional 5 entries. Every super chat is 10 entries, and the drawing will be February 28th. If you purchase a membership, you get entries, and the person that received it gets entries. This is my way of being able to say thank you for everything you've done. I've got someone coming up I'll be right back. I will leave the volume on in case somebody, 1, 2, 3, 4. My mouse decides to do crazy things. Hold on. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. And they're not back. Sorry about that. Like I said, I am doing the shop today. My son's not feeling very good. He's been kind of migrainey. And we suffer as a family. So, anyway, thank you for your patience. Okay, so you guys are saying, I think the kidnapping charge helps towards him being the aggressor, not the defending himself. Yeah, but you're overreaching. And if the kidnap and held against her will, then she hit him. If he kidnapped and held her against her will and she hit him, it would be self-defense. Exactly. But I don't think they have enough to validate the charge of kidnapping because the jurors yesterday were wanting the evidence read back or a copy of the evidence or whatever. Oh, my hair, whatever. From the two neighbors that testified. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on what side it is, they could not read back they didn't have an audio recording of the testimony. So that's where they were hung up on. And then you have the other situation that, well, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. One neighbor witnessed him grab the hair and pull her in. That was her testimony. Another said, well, it wasn't like he dragged her in. She walked backwards, looked like he had her hair, and she did walk backwards into the home. Well, to me, if I'm walking backwards and you got me by the hair, honey, that I'm going against my will. I'm not willingly going in there. You're dragging me. I mean, when you got someone by the head and you just pull them back like that, just to pull back one of your legs, your dominant leg is going to step back for balance in and of itself. So for me, but I don't think for the full charge of kidnapping, I think that is where they're hung up. I could be wrong. I'm going to Google something, and I know I'm looking off over here. I've got a lot of things going on right now, and I'm sorry. So, in order of kidnapping to be charged, a crime of kidnapping is charged when the transportation or confinement of a person is done on an unlawful purpose, such as for ransom, or for the purpose of committing another crime. For example, kidnapping a bank officer's family in order to gain access to the bank robbery. The U.S. Code, 18 U.S. Code 11201, kidnapping. Whoever unlawfully seizes, confines in. I'm sorry, I'm getting text messages. Okay. Abducts, decoys, kidnaps, or carries away and holds for ransom or reward or otherwise any person except for the case of a minor by parent thereof when the person is willfully make sure we're still there. When a person is willfully transported in interstate or foreign commerce boundaries that doesn't suit. Any such act against a person is done within special maritime and doesn't work. Any such act against a person done with a special aircraft or an official duties. With respect to subsection A1 above, failure to release the victim within 24 hours after he shall be unlawfully seized. So 24 hours or more after been seized, you can be charged with kidnapping, confined, inveigled, decoyed, kidnapped, abducted, or carried away shall create a rebutable presumption that such person has been transported in interstate or foreign commerce. A lot of this stuff, see, this is what I mean. Kidnapping is the way they're using it is not strictly defined in the law. I'm looking. No, it doesn't really. This is the Cornell Law School section title, U.S. Code Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 55, 1201. So it doesn't really fit this scenario. I think that in this scenario, they did not meet the burden of proof on this scenario. I think him pulling her into the house, because she willingly was on the property. She was not the witnesses did not say she was in the process of leaving the property. In fact, she was going in and out of the house, getting clothes and throwing it in the car. So the kidnap charge, I think, is a little bit of an overreach, in my humble opinion. And I could be wrong, but on the other hand, she was not apparently being grabbed by the back of your head and being pulled into a place that you were going to be unalived in, what was his intent? Was his intent at that moment to unalive her? Was his intent, to just, how was that's not self-defense. No matter how you slice it, grabbing someone by the back of the head and pulling them into where you are located is not self-defense. Now, if he was to have slammed the door shut, she kicked in the door and, started the fight, and he unalived her in self-defense, then to me, that would be a self-defense case. But when you pull her, the woman that you say you are afraid of, you pull her into it's the fan that's bothering me. There we go. If you pull her into where you particularly are, bringing her into your space, I think, honey boo boo, we got a problem. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Ah. This has been bothering me since it's a part of the cat scratch that I got the other day. I got a claw poke here and one right there in the nose. Sometimes y'all see me doing this, it's because it itches, it's healing. So I can see how the kidnap charge, if they're hung on anything, that would probably be one of the charges they're hung on, is because of that kidnapping charge. I don't believe she was kidnapped. I believe that that entire act in and of itself falls under the red room. I don't blame them for trying it though, but I think that in the end, I think that may not help them. Misa donosa. I was going to try and put lights underneath my monitors to light up my desk a little bit because it's pretty dark in here, guys, and I'm doing beadwork in the dark. Go figure. Typical. Typical. And I just did something stupid. Go figure. Yep, I sure did. I sure did. Stupid is as stupid does. I just threaded it wrong. Kidnap, held her against her will, then she hit him. So let's talk about that. So let's negate the kidnap and just say he held her against her will. And then she hit him. Well, she's defending herself if she's held against her will. I don't understand why and how this got this far. With as much involvement from the PD and the sheriff office and CPS and all the other powers that be, why did it have to get to her being unalived for anything to be done? That is my humble opinion. It is so hard to thread a needle with this stuff. But I just did it. What are y'all's humble opinions? Did we even do the poll? Let me look. I put up a poll earlier. Okay, the mic's still off over there. 87% of you said guilty, 13% said not guilty. Oh, and that's over 30 votes. Yay. That's a lot of votes. Thank you so much. You guys, we've got 23 likes over in the other court. Thank you so much. And in this one, we have, let me get this down. Go back. Go back. Baby Evelyn trial. We got 21 likes over there. Yahoo! Yay! So we are still in. Why is the witness still on the stand? Why don't they let him off the stand? I mean, I think that's pretty cruel and unusual punishment. I don't like that. I don't like that. Why is he on the stand? He needs to be off of the stand. He needs to get off of the stand. I don't think it's nice to leave him up on a stand that long. So that to me is not fair. If he says they overcharge, grasping at straws to get the enhancements for higher charge. I'm not going to disagree with you on that at all. I can see that very much. If he says, I keep telling you, doesn't that negate responsibility? No. But I do believe that they need to look at the system and the people that were involved in this case. If I was the surviving people and if he's found guilty, after this, I would go to civil. I would sue the police department. I would sue everybody involved because they knew. He told them again and again and again and again, and they ignored him. I'm popping out a bead. Sometimes when you pull beads, you get one too many. It's too crowded. And it's better to pop a bead than it is to unsew it. It doesn't hurt my teeth. The beads are much weaker than my teeth. I have a tool that does it, but it's a big tool and it's a pain in the ass. So I just use my teeth. There are some beads I will not do that with though, because they're hard beads, but these, they're seed beads. They're little. Is the jury still in the room? I thought they would send the jury out. How is the jury still in there? What on earth? I'm going to go back so I can understand what happened because I'm struggling to hear.
917.
But I do believe that that there are more than one person responsible for this. If he kept telling them, I'm letting you know that this is something that may happen. To me, that's premeditated. But then again, on the other hand, if he had done it when she was in the actual act of harming him, I would say it was self-defense. But he had already planned what he was going to do at any sign of a problem. So that to me is the issue at hand. That is where I get to guilty. He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. I don't think the jury's in the room. Ow! I just stabbed myself in the finger. First one of the day. Okay, he's going to stand up. Let's see, 5 seconds. He's bringing something.
So under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess my question is, I don't know what the rest of the statement says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Ms. Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Good.
Somebody got their knickers in a knot. That's funny because I'm tying a knot.
Doctor, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the, right out of
Can I
the.
finish? I'll listen to you.
Well, that's only fair.
I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness.
Okay, I got it. I got what's happening. So what I'm going to do, y'all, let's see if this works. I'm going to try something. I'll show you when I'm done. Oh, shoot. There we go. Ugh. No, kitty, you may not. What's up, baby girl? What's up, baby girl? Haley Mouse, are you doing that? Okay, you scared me. I'll be right back. I think I got something cool. Okay, Haley Mouse. I'm not used to that. Good job, Haley Mouse. Yes. Hold on.
News. Breaking news.
Well, hail. Spells, it didn't work. Well, good. Oh, Haley Mouse, are you having fun? Are you doing all that? I don't see it on. Oh, Quiet Stars. Okay, I got it now, Haley Mouse. Hold on a sec. I have a problem that I'm trying to resolve, and it's not going to work with this. Let me show you what I mean. Get this where it needs to be. Get it sixed up. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about since we got a lot of time right now. Okay, all of this without this little light back here, it's very dark. Very dark. And I have been struggling like crazy with light. I need some light. And I have been wanting desperately to have lighting underneath the monitors because that will help me in my attempts to, let me see if this works. That's better. An attempt to bring some. So I have this, and I thought this was going to be enough light source to give me some light. No. I hoped it would. I was trying very hard. No. So, what I think I'm going to have to do is use a light bar that I use behind me. Dag nabbit, I thought I had a good idea. I thought it was a good idea. Although it is kind of cool seeing the lights kind of twinkle across. They're not hanging well. They're not behaving. Nothing's behaving. See, it's even falling off. They're not taped up well. That was a let's give it a shite. Let's give it a try. That's what I thought. It doesn't hurt to try something, you know? So it does not give me enough light. So I'll have to figure something else out. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what works. So I think what I'm going to have to do tonight is play with a real light bar. And I think I can put it under just this one here. I can stick it to that one because it's wide enough. And it'll give me light, and then I can control it with my phone. It's like what I have behind me. So, yeah, that's dang it. I thought it was going to work. I thought it was going to work, y'all. Work. It didn't work. But it's kind of nice to have some kind of sparkly under there, but it's not enough. And I'm afraid if I add too much light, it's going to affect the camera. So it is what it is. We tried. You never know until you try. Never know until, I have a dispatch. I'm not going to call it. Never know. Never going to get it. Never going to get it. Never going to get it. So, yeah, it's forever evolving. What I might do is use those lights right there that's sparkling. What I'm thinking, all right, who's up for a puppy cam or critter cam? I've got another, I got to figure out how to do it because it's a different GoPro. And I want to put the GoPro and clamp it to the table and decorate the wall and make it look all kind of cool and nice. It is kind of nice and obvious, but what didn't work, Haley Mouse? These, let me get me back on, since we're doing this, let me get me back on, 5, 4, 3, there it is. You see these lights here? I was going to put those lights and, try and get it to where I have just enough, a little additional ambient lighting. It is so irritating when it doesn't work. And this is not for this one, I don't believe, is it? No, that's the wrong remote. Did that affect behind me? No. I got to find the remote, but I thought it would be nice to have some lighting up here. I've been thinking about it for a couple of weeks because I do beadwork and the keyboard, even though it lights up, it gets kind of dark. Everything is dark in here. Everything is dark in here, as you can tell. And unfortunately, when when I'm trying to bead or do anything here, it's too dark. I'm old. I could turn on that other extra light, but then it's like, whoo, migraine time. So, yep. Let me put this over here so you guys can see. So this is the setup. I've got a lot that I manage. So it would be nice to have some kind of lighting. I'm going to possibly move the mic stand arm over here. We got some moving to do. Yeah, well, that I can't do that while I do this. I have a hat that has a little light in it. I got to replace the battery. So when I'm looking down, it lights what I'm looking down at. I use that a lot on my accident scenes or when I'm out on a call. I will, if I need to do a lot of documentation, a lot of times we're documenting and everything, and it's kind of dark. So I have a hat that has a light in the brim. It's very small light. You can still see it, but it's not very huge. But it didn't work. I was hoping to have a little more light. But it's festive, but not what I need. So we'll fix it later. Oh, uh, get my screen back where it needs to be. I don't like gaps between the screens. It's distracting. But anyway, welcome to my setup. So we are now waiting for verdict. We are now at 10 hours and 41 minutes, almost 42 minutes into the stream over here. And we are waiting. Oh, I guess he finally got off the stand. That's nice of him. But we've got some things going. We got some things going. Let me go do this. We've got a lot of political stuff happening, and I'm not going to talk about what's happening, but I'm just saying I was surprised. Oh, let me see. I'm doing back office stuff. Start goal. Okay, we got a goal started. YouTube it popped up. You need to do a goal. Let's do a goal. All right, we started the goal. Y'all can go look and see what it is. Why is it not starting it? It won't let me. Why is it not clicking? All right, I got a customer. Oh, no, I don't. It's somebody else. We got a visitor coming in. Okay, guys, let me exit out of that, get some music going. We'll be right back.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me four,
I
three, four cases.
4, I think. They're right here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing then of admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said by to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah.
Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion.
My apologies. That was my sister's husband that just popped in real quick to bring me something, and so I had to say hello. Thank you for your understanding. Back to the regular scheduled program.
Because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are
Hey, hon.
inculpatory or
Thank you.
in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And then the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists 4 things. 1, explain already admitted proof. 2, place admitted proof in context. 3, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or 4, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Ms. Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her.
Step out.
Yeah, it's not fair to keep him on this. Definitely not fair to keep him on the
Can correct
stand.
me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Ms. Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time.
Okay.
I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there and is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Thank you.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what?
Thought the poll is closed.
I would, because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but
Poll is closed.
one of the arguments was that the defendant, possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary proof instead of reviewing the entirety of it, that the judge couldn't make an adequate decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Ms. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, you know, there's no mention of anyone else in what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You know, you don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it. And I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have,
Well, I mean, obviously it's where I'm struggling,
Well-
because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court is given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
it's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate.
Oh, sunny day.
So
Here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, or whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on
Oh,
this law.
gee, gosh.
I think that's where we're at.
Oh, geez.
I don't want to send it.
We're in a conundrum right now.
I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're gonna have to. I mean, and if I'd have known this was gonna come up,
I know.
if they'd have
I know.
known, we'd have brought this up, but I
I'm
don't
not
think.
mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, and the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my story.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
I think I just said that.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make that good. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least.
Well, congratulations. At least you think you're on the same page. But this is a big wrench in this. This is a pain in the butt.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when we get
Yes, sir.
where we're at right now. I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
Are you telling me the day's over?
Whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. You should be able, there shouldn't be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury. Well, lieutenant's gonna know, I'm gonna go ahead and send them to the hotel. Let them get settled in.
Your Honor, I think if you, did we not get in that other case,
I
those
got- I
statements
still
with the
got it.
Bluetooth?
I still got it.
Did it work that way? Okay.
Y'all. We may be going over to the Cinematili. I can't say it. Cinematili. We're going to go over to the Monica case when this decides. We are now in 11 hours and 3 minutes and 15 seconds into
One stand, please.
jury deliberations. I know. This is going to be a long day. I am venturing to say we have a hung jury. What do y'all think?
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-City.
It won't be undisclosed once they get there and everybody sees a group of people coming in, i.e. 14, 15, 16, whatever the number is, including the alternates. You think they're not going to discover who that is? I mean, come on now. Okay, for those of you who are holding on the verdict watch, where verdict clock is at 11 hours and 5 minutes, in the baby Evelyn trial, they're going to send the jury to the hotel so they can unpack while the judge and the prosecution and defense figure out this legal conundrum that they have found themselves in. So it looks like that particular trial is going to be kind of on a pause until they get the legal side dealt with until tomorrow. Oh, y'all. Don't commit a crime, guys. It's not worth all this. Oh, no, don't tell me that's it for the live feed. We'll see. If it is, we'll go over to the Cinematili. I'll start that live and we'll go over there. Uh-oh, we got movement in the camera. That usually is indicative of we got something. So we may have something in the other trial too. So let's tie off and figure this thing out. Tie off and figure this thing out. That didn't work well. Let me get myself anchored and then I'll put this down. Okay, so until I know more, we are gonna let me turn off this music. Let's get this comment. What happened in the other case? I didn't catch it. All right, June. They are arguing over some evidence that the witness had stated. The defendant's attorney asked a question. Did she say it's a question and a part of the answer from what I can surmise it was the baby's dead. And now they're fighting over whether or not that could have been open the door to something. I don't know. So I'm going to wrong tab. This one we're going to go to there we go. We're good. Okay. So I have this Monica Cementilli trial that we're getting ready to load. I don't want to start a third live, but if I have to, I will. Just give me a quick second here. I'm gonna go check something out. Okay. There is a we have verdict. We have verdict. Here we go. Verdict music. We have verdict. Ah, finally 11 hours. 11 hours, y'all. Oh, and I just boinked. That sucks. I knocked my phone off. So we have verdict in one case. The other case is in a stalemate at the moment. So it looks like the Cementilli trial is going to be starting in a few minutes. So everybody who is watching, no matter which live you're watching, if you want to know what's going on in the verdict for the Colin Griffin, please hop on over to that live so we can get that live up and going. Yay! We are ready for a verdict. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. We got a verdict. That's not what I want. Oh, why does it take so long? It doesn't ever go back to what you want it to go back to. And what? Oh, there you are. So right now, I'm looking. I'm looking. Okay. I think part of the problem that we're facing with the um, baby Evelyn trial is if um, if the mother chooses not to testify, okay? If Megan chooses not to testify, that's all fine and good. But just like with Boone, there are recordings, there are videos, there are interviews, all of that can come into court. And And it's more like playing a game of chess. And they're trying to get in as much interviews and evidence um, that they can on the defense side that helps them without her testifying. And I think that's kind of what he's trying to go for. Y'all get ready for verdict. Dun, 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 dun. I wish I could play that, but I can't. So how is it that some people get 1,000 likes while they have 2,300 watching? Guys, can we get me there next year? I want to be there by the end of the year. I want to have 1,000 people watching at a time by the end of the year. That would be fabulous, y'all. That'd be just absolutely fabulous. So, what we're going to do is, everybody who's on on my other live, please come over. If you want to do the verdict watch, come on over to the Florida versus Colin Griffith verdict live. And then when we're done with that, we're going to start the live of the Melody Griffith. No, Melody Griffith. Oh my God. That's bad when you start combining your trials. The Monica Simatilli trial, we'll start that live separate because it's going to go later on into the day. So, but the good news is we got verdict. Oh, drama, court drama. So, wait, yeah, we already got here we go, guys. One of the things that can happen and an attorney cannot do, but sometimes try to do, is to get statements or testimony in for his defendant without her getting on the stand and being cross-examined, which is what they're fighting over right now. I'm watching this other feed. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move this more in front of me now. Here we go. I'm going to move this one over here. I'm so paddling here. Get that live feed up, get the volume all the way up. We have a verdict. He must be scared, and he is scared crapless. Um Did y'all just so happen to notice that he has been sitting in a position of out of view from the camera all week? First day you could see him a little bit, but I noticed that last night and I forgot yesterday and I forgot to say something. He has been conveniently placing himself in a way that it's difficult to view him. So I wonder if we're going to be able to see a response coming out of him. He's got a lot of counts. I don't remember how many. We got multiple counts here, so we'll see. We shall see. They got their volume off. We got ours up. I'm just making sure everybody can hear. If I need to do anything, now's the time to get me to do it. If I need to turn on put the volume up. I know there is captioning. Captioning is on, and I'll play with it when it pops up. Now let me try and remove that and see what I see. That's fine. And we'll put me down here. There we go. I have to tell you, this is a horrible place to be, y'all. Horrible place to be. I'm going to go ahead and share this on both of my streams. There we go, just in case. Just in case someone doesn't want to hop over. There we go. This is the verdict for the unaliving of his mother, Colin Griffith. He's unalived his father. Oh, sorry. He unalived his father in self-defense, so they say. However, with the testimony given in today's trial, they may reopen that case.
Please be seated. If you are the foreperson, please raise your hand. For the record, juror number 1980896 has raised his or her hand. You may put your hand down. Juror number
These leave marks on my glasses.
1980896, if the jury has reached a verdict, please raise your hand. That juror has his or her hand raised. You may put your hand down. Please pass the verdict form to the bailiff. There are no defects nor omissions in the verdict. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, rise and hearken to the verdict. Mr. Griffith, rise and hearken to the verdict.
Oh my God,
State of
that
Florida
noise!
versus Colin
God.
Griffin. Will the jury find as follow? As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count one, the defendant is not guilty. As to count two, the defendant is not guilty. So say will this 5th day of February, 2025.
Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
Oh, yeah.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the considerable time and attention you have given this case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges you now enjoy having served on this jury. No juror can ever be required to discuss what has occurred in the jury room, with rare exception, and that would require a court order following a fully noticed hearing.
Really?
For centuries, our society has relied upon juries to consider difficult cases.
Holy
And during that
right.
time, we have agreed a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to have to speak about the jury's work. Although at this point, you are at liberty to speak to anyone you would like
Holy
to about
crap.
this
Oh,
case,
let me get the.
including your deliberations. You are equally free to refuse to do so. A request may come from those who are simply curious, perhaps from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you individually to determine whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged.
All rise, please.
Mr. Griffith, the jury having found you not guilty in each count, you are hereby adjudicated to be not guilty in each count and forever discharged for these offenses. We will be adjourned.
his benefit package was prior to the move and the company taking over and so forth?
I didn't.
Your job is just to move on with the new company.
Right, to transition them to the new benefits.
If I ask you this, please forgive me. I'm sure I'll be advised. But do you know what amounts were eventually paid out?
Not without looking at the confirmation statement. Roughly, it was the 2 times his salary for the benefits.
And were you aware that the children did not?
Okay,
receive
guys, I
their-
want to stop and talk about this because where are we at? What did they do? Where did they go? I want to go all the way here because I'm in total shock here. I'm in utter total shock. Sorry, I had a customer. I had to go. Okay, they left. That's fine. But I am just floored. What do y'all think? Breathe. The mommy made me controlling him. Mommy abuse. Grandma's testimony worked. My thing is what's going to happen when somebody else pushes him too far? Yeah, I am. I want to see that again. I want to see it one more time.
For the record, juror number 1980896 has recorded.
State of Florida versus Colin Griffin. Will the jury find as follow? As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count 1, the defendant is not guilty. As to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say will this 5th day of February, 2025.
Does the state wish to have the jury polled? You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the considerable time and attention you have given this case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges you now enjoy having served on this jury. No juror can ever be required to discuss what has occurred in the jury room, with rare exception.
Yeah, they're showing
and that
the
would
family.
require a court order following a fully noticed hearing. For centuries, our society has relied upon juries to consider difficult cases. And during that time, we have agreed a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to have to.
So I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm shocked. The one question. Oh my God. So that means he gets to go home right now. He's a free man. Wow. I hope so too. That must have been a tough deliberation. Wow. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm shocked. So, really hope I hope he gets some help that he needs. I wonder what the jury's gonna say too. What are they gonna say when they find out that he unalived his father in self-defense as well? This poor family that that the family of the daughter, yeah, the mother, the grandmother, I know I am still kinda shocked. Now here's the thing, if they found that he kidnapped her, they would have to find him guilty of murder. You can't find for the lesser with I mean, I don't know how that works, but I'm floored. I'm flabbergasted. I'm shocked. I am wow. That's the first time I've been that floored. So, wow. So, if the if the kidnapping was charged, then that would make for self-defense. I don't know. Y'all, you never know what a jury's gonna do. Usually when a jury hangs down that long, it's not good. For him, it was good. I am shocked. I am yeah, take a breath. He really, really needs help. Everybody's saying that. I hope he gets help that he needs. He's adjudicated. He's not guilty. They can never now, if they can go in and now that means they probably won't even try him for his father's case. He's got I hope his grandmother gets him the help he needs. I hope that he doesn't do this to his grandmother. I would not live with my grandchild if he killed both parents in 2 separate instances. No way. No, I don't think they can because, um, I don't think they have enough evidence, even with with what was brought into trial. I don't think that's enough evidence. I don't. It's over. It's done. He will not be charged. I know that Oklahoma is opening up an investigation because of information in this trial. But that said, I don't believe that there's going to be enough because he was not found guilty in this case. Had he been found guilty in the other, why does your hair have to do everything but what you need it to do? Had he been found guilty in this case, then I can see where he would have room. Hold on. I could see where we'd have room for guilty, him being charged in another case. Okay, guys, I'm going to end this live. Give me a second. I'm going to end this live. Give me a second. I'm going to open up the other live, get it going. We'll teleport you over. And then we're going to go ahead and start that live. It's a little crazy around here. Thank you, Matt, for doing that. I am trying to, we're going to go ahead and go live and play here. But give me a second, guys. Okay. I'm not going to teleport you. If you want to watch the rest of the Simitelli trial, please hop on over to the new live that just started. Thank you so much for streaming live with me today with this verdict. Oh my gosh. I'll see you in a minute. Bye, y'all. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.